room, you'll have those levels. Because once I'm done with the chart's going to look like Crazyville, and you have to have a clean chart to work off of. Copy. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to minimize that because I have all that floating right over here, plus additional levels, plus the points of control and all that other good stuff sitting here. And these are just the general levels that I expect to get responses out of, right? So we're working off the hourly chart. You know where the wicks are before, that they're likely to get responses from the wicks, that if you have a poorly auctioned hourly bar. So when you look at the chart coming in today, right, you know if you clear 25,331, first of all, above 25,331, 25,377 is the clear shot, right? To retest prior day's high, above prior day's high, back to re-auction this entire bar just around 25,450, right? And then if they're going to go and take out Globex high, 25,550, right? When you look underneath to the left, between 25,133 and 25,492, this is all relatively poorly auctioned. There is a little structure right in here, but generally it's poorly auctioned. You'll see that there's this is a RTH low, right? You can see it wasn't the 24-hour low going back to the 25th. And there's 3 points of control stacked right here. So if there's 3 points of control, that means you got 3 hours of volume sitting right there. And those are clearly, the volume point of control has to be sitting right there at 25,084 roughly. You can draw it out with a TPO if you'd like to, but that's where the point of control is, right? When you look underneath the next area, see how this is a, why do I have 24,913 marked off? Let's fix that. It's this that I want. There's a naked volume point of control right here. Okay, if we get down here to 24,906, but more importantly to me, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of control sitting at 24,906. I know I have volume stacked there. So even though this is poorly auctioned, I would expect counter rotation and rotation off that 24,906. Prior day's RTH low at 24,821. And then we have a naked volume point of control on an hourly from the first hour sitting at 24,748. I would expect a response out of that. And this is a big old wick. So see, by the time I stack up all the places that are of interest off that hourly, we just get dizzy, right? So the other important thing is, this is last week's low, right? This is Monday morning's 24-hour low and RTH low. So 24,515 and 24,361, right? So if we come back and take back, so look what they did to the left, right? All of this was poorly auctioned, consolidated, got above. So remember how I said over here, if you get above 25,331, the top of that poorly auctioned hourly is the target. So look what they did here. Consolidated, see these points of control, 1, 2, 3, 4 right at the top. You get over them, close above, backside test that same area, and then it took a minute, right? But we re-auctioned all this poorly auctioned area, which is why I say, when you have all these hourly bars lined up and they've been poorly auctioned, just know, believe the market. It doesn't lie, right? If we can sweep one way, it usually can sweep back the other, which tells me that if I get underneath 25,133 today, right? See how we have the consolidation at 25,133? I can sweep to where? 24,992. There's obviously was resistance right there. If they don't find responsive buyers there and we get underneath 24,963, I can auction actually technically all the way down to 24,602, taking me all the way back to Tuesday. And if they get really ugly, they'll just take back all of last week. Who knows and who cares? Because we'll just take it step by step. Is anyone confused about that? Does that all make sense? So I'm going to post everything on there, right? And now you have the most important areas and the general picture. I'll just post it like this. If anyone actually needs the chart book, a specific chart book, just ask me for it and I will post it to the room. No big deal, right? I have more important stuff to talk about. Okay, so let's go to the more important stuff to talk about. Um, I actually want to go to the actual trading and so first let's look at what it did overnight on the 24 tick, right? So here's a 24 tick chart, and you'll notice what I did is I shifted off putting the zones on the 24 tick and I threw it on the 24 tick NQ chart, right? So first, if you look overnight, right, let's just go through our basic principles of trading. This is the Asia session, right? So the easiest way to trade what we've got in the room and to make money is to trade in the direction of the 100 and the 200. Yes, sometimes it gets choppy, but for the most part, it works beautifully. So if you look while we're above, okay, the most basic ways to take with the algo on the turn. That means a white or green bar in the direction of, don't worry about the additional algos I added from the weekend, right? So if you do that concept, right? So this was untradeable. I can tell you I was watching it. You could not get filled, but we're just going to go through it for the mental exercise, right? White bar up, that survived a 24-point stop. Orange bar up, that survived a 24-point stop. Stop, right? So you can see these extensions worked. No bar on the turn, right? And we're in the cradle, which means we're between the 100 and the 200, right? Flush the 100 down this way, right? Come back up. White bar on the turn. That was about 6:30 in the evening. And you can see that bar, white bar on the turn, took you from 24-point stop, 25, 379, and it took you pretty much in a straight line down to 25, 266. So just over 100 points. So I want to reiterate this because this is important, right? If you'll take your initial position and you'll leave your trailer, this is $2,000, right? I did not trade that, by the way. I didn't trade any of this. I was trying to get set up for the week, right? So if you look within that context, underneath the 100, underneath the 200, on the orange dot down, right? So normally I want at least 2 or 3 bars up, so I would not have taken that even if I was trading. But orange dot down, 24-point stop, get you the roll to the downside. I'm just going through the most basic way to trade it, right? White bar down, got you another roll, okay? Here we're getting into, this is around 7 o'clock my time, right? Come up, come up, come up, white bar down. I gave you another 100 if you were willing to stick it, right? White bar down on the turn. Again, if you took this right here, you got stopped with a 24-point stop unless you just scalped instamatically out of it. Again, you're shorting when we're already pretty deep in the hole, right? So obviously when I'm looking at this, I'm going to be hesitant to short lows, right? I'm going to always want to short a rotation up, and I think everyone in the room has that down. I'm not worried about it. And then the final white bar, and then we reverse back up. If you look, we're not above the 100, right? So if you look at your algos down, I gave you 1 bar pretty much at midnight. You know, this is kind of no man's land before London. White bar down, again, only 1 bar. You can see we've gone supernova here, right? We broke the swing. They're pushing. We're over the 100 and 200. So what do we do here, right? So we're over the 100 and 200, but we're not trapped on anything. All this is just looking at where the various swings were, right? Obviously, what they'd be working for is a head and shoulders off this 25.266. They did a smaller head and shoulders over here, but you would think the 25.266 is where they wanted to hold. And you can see that's where they broke away from it on the failed head and shoulders, right? So if you look over here and you're going to take the trades in the direction of, right? You go, oh, I'm above the 100, right? So you'll notice on the turn bar, there is no algo, right? There is no algo to take you long through any of this. You didn't get it, right? We're now back underneath the 100 and 200, right? Your first bar on the turn bar, below the 100 is this bar right here, right? We're underneath the 100, the blue line, 200 is the gold line. That releases, I'm just going to call another 100 points. I'm not going to sit and measure everything. Going into 650, 653, I did catch that green bar down, right? And then if you look, I'm really not, on our most basic trading strategy, I'm really not interested. Now, here's where you got chopped up, and the reason why I don't like trading between 7 and 8 o'clock. stop, stop. Why? You're getting news flow. Technically, this you could have scalped out of this, but you're just trading against news flow, right? Okay, so but prior to that, you had a pretty smooth evening. Now, if you I'm going to show you another way to trade this. Okay, I'm going to show you another way to trade this, and in order to show you this, okay, I'm going to show you this with no moving average. So I'm going to hide it temporarily. Okay. Now, before I say this, okay, let's be very, very clear. I've had days and weeks to go through the adjustments on the algos, okay? And I've been working on this with Bill. It's very important that you understand that it would be not a good decision to adapt what I'm about to explain, even though I put videos out on it, but the understanding is important, okay? The understanding is important so that if I go, hey, I'm long here, you understand why I either took a win or a loss. Okay, so I'm gonna take my moving averages, just gonna hide them. By the way, I'm running the above 100, below 200 algo, right? As is, but I will have an algo based on they're not new, they're improved or the next derivative of the algo, hopefully by Wednesday, right? We've still got Bill and I and Sean still have to plug in some pieces into that for the auto trader. So the trader assist with the auto execution I'm running is the over 100, under 200, clean and simple. That's how I'm running it, right? No changes from last week as far as the trader assist goes. Okay, so hide. I think that gets rid of almost all of them. Let's see. Oh, I'm missing one. There we go. Okay. This is what I think is more important. So first of all, I'm going to step back for a sec. The place I will use this is within context. Let me give you an example. First hour high, first hour low. Okay. I'm giving you a hypothetical so you understand what I'm looking at. Market breaks IB low, right? Satisfy the IB. First hour IB. What I want to see is I want to see it come back into the IB, push down and give me an algo down, and then I want an algo up above it. Where this concept is going to work, going back to Adam, is the trap and the swing is what I'm looking for here, to be very clear. The problem is setting it, going back in time and setting that all up. Each chart that I'd have to set up would take me 10 minutes, right? That doesn't make any sense. So in order for this trade to work or to want to use it, you've got to have context on what you're looking for. And what we're looking for is the traps, and you've got to push it so that you are looking for the swing. You're going to get initial risk off, look for the swings and push, right? So now that being said, so we're going to pretend we're just going to create traps. Okay, so you understand, but understand the context under which I want to use it. So see this when we're coming into the low over here? See as we're coming down? I'll make this big. Okay, I'm going to go, wow, I'm down a lotta, right? Let's say whatever this was, 200 points coming into midnight. And I think we're going to reverse. That's what I think. And let's say I started thinking that here, and for some reason I have a trap in this area, okay? As a matter of fact, for this purpose, right? For this purpose, we'll call this the trap, just to make the drawing easy and everyone understands. We'll use the head and shoulders, but we'll call this the trap, okay? So there's two things I want to see. One's just a pure price action trading and a guess, right? Meaning no trap. So if you'll look at the relationship and the way that this works, right? If you'll go all through that chart, and everyone should have that chart. If you don't have it, look under Sunday. I posted this exact chart, and there's another less complicated chart on Saturday. Okay. So if you'll look, right, watch. Blue dot up. See that, everyone? Below it, not next to it, not equal to, below. Orange dot down. Fall away. Blue dot down, the stronger, right? Trade above it, orange dot up, push away. So what this is telling us, right? What this is telling us is this guy's trapped, right? I don't have to look at the volume bar. This is comparing volume both on a bid-ask basis and going back and looking backwards in the bars. Okay. So when I go back and look, right, on this whole thing, let's say I was mega bullish through here, right? And I'm not going to trade using levels. I'm not going to trade looking for traps. Let's just say I don't know jack about trading, right? So watch as I come down so you understand this. Wow, I really think I just have it stuck in my head we're going up. So I'm going to point this out as we're going down. Push, push, push. I've got to get above it and get the algo above to reverse. Push, push. Again, my last push is right here. I've got to have a blue or orange dot at minimum to go long. I'm just dying to go long here, right? Push, push. I'm certain this thing's going back up, right? Wait, wait, wait. The long is on this bar. Now this, so let's slow down so no one gets thrown off. I want to keep repeating this so there is absolutely and utterly no confusion. The trade right now for 90% of the people in the room is blue dot, orange dot, or algo on the turn. Period. End of sentence. Okay. Above the 100, above the 200, or below the 100, below the 200. Why? It will keep you in track and it gets everyone to their P&L. So let's go through the numbers again, right? $4,000 a day. $4,000 a day is $1 million a year. 2,000 is $500,000. 1,000 is 250. 500. Why did I do that? Excuse me. Sorry, ADD'd my math. Million, 2,500, 1,000, 4. Wow, my ADD is kicking in. Sorry. 4, 1 million, 2, $500,000. 1,000 is $250,000. 500 is $125,000. That means all you have to average out to is $200 to $300 a day to get somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000. You have to have enough scratch to make your efforts worthwhile, right? You've got to get there. So you've got to adopt I'm going to get a certain average. That means some days I'm going to make 700, 800, 1,000, 2,000. Some days I'm going to be down a little bit and I want to average out. If I can average out to 300, I know I get 60,000 at the end of the year. You take out, whether you're in a funding account like Apex or Top Step, you're going to take out 40%. I'm going to assume most of you are under the top tax bracket. You're going to take out 40% of the 60,000. That's going to leave you with about 35,000, and that $35,000 is enough for you to start a real trading account and start building real wealth. I have nothing against doing the Top Steps and the Apexes. I think they're great vehicles, and if you can farm them and keep your brain together and follow the rules, I think they're great, right? But you've got to get to the point where you're compounding returns and interest. And if you don't have the scratch right now, you got to get the scratch, right? That's all there is to it. So if you look and I go long here, right? I'm not trapped yet, remember? My trap is here, okay? But just the concept, right? That's my first long. My risk is 24 points on one contract. That's $500-ish, right? And if you can't afford the $500 stop, 5 micros is $250, right? And then go from there, right? So now, right? So now what you want is the trap. So what I want to see when I get the trap, remember, I'm going for the swing now. This is my original long. I know I'm mixing the two pieces, guys. I apologize. I'll do my best to sort it out, right? Now I'm trapped. I want to see this push down. See this push down? Now I want to go long. This is my long. Now remember, if I've switched gears on you and I'm going for the trap, right? This is a stop. I've lost $500 right here because I was trying to get it to go out like that, right? Just stay relaxed, okay? Remember, this is my push down. Here's my next push down. This is my turn on the bar within the trap. There's nothing wrong with taking it, but it's not what I'm doing right here, okay? That's my last seller. That's my up bar, and that's what I want for the kick, right? I want to scale out, and then I want to leave a trailer. Why? Because right here, I'm down about 150 points, and if I can pull the reversal overnight, I could be up 200 or 300 points by the morning, right? I want to leave my trailer, and if it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. So be it, right? I can run the same trade the other way. Okay, no, no, no. My theory is we're going to zero, right? My theory is we're going to zero. Okay, so if I go, hey, I've counter rotated, I'm looking for the short, and we're going to take out that low, and this is all a down week, I can apply the exact same concept. Okay, so as I'm coming up here, I'm looking for my last buyer up. Okay, and I think it's this guy right here. Let me see. Excuse me, stronger buyer came in right here. Purple within the blue square. By the way, I do not like how these purple and blue are. So I'm going to make another version of this chart where they're either sitting on, for longs, they're sitting on top. For shorts, they're sitting on bottom, and I'll make them bigger. But it was a lot of work and math to get this part done, and everyone was busy with Thanksgiving and all that good stuff. So that's where we're at right now. There will be obviously improvements coming up, right? So there's my buyer. I think we're going to zero, right? So again, if I'm working off the trap, that's going to be my trap back down, right? So two things, right? That's my buyer up, right? Oh, wait, I haven't finished the thought yet. I went off process. Let's finish this. That's my first bar down with the algo on it. Or if I wait for the turn bar, I can take the green bar. I'm going to take that bar with the blue dot, 24-point stop, and I get my rip. Now, when we are over here, I want to explain this, okay? We're going to flip the trap idea to go short, okay? So we are going to say, this is my trap back in right here, okay? Clearly that's where we broke out from, okay? So what I want to see when I get underneath here is I want to see us get, this is important and you need to write down so you don't get confused when you're trading, right? And you've got to know what you're doing when you're doing it, right? You can't go, well, I'm going long or I'm going short or know which strategy you're doing, because what I have found is even though I am very good at holding multiple strategies in my head, most people aren't, right? And I'm talking about people in the room. Most people can't, right? And that's all right. You don't have to do everything, okay? But I want you to understand when I go, hey, I'm long here, why I'm long or why I'm short, okay? So what I wanted is once I get underneath here, right? So if you're trading just regular, right? This is the push up. This is algo with blue dot down. Algo on the turn with blue dot down, and I have no objection to you taking those trades and getting the extension lower. But I'm thinking I want it to drop way down, and I'll go up at the top and show you what this trap actually looks like, right? So I want the push up. This is my push up once I've trapped, right? I now need one of these bars with the orange, blue, circle, something with a circle on it, below that, right? Not next to it, not close. It's got to close below that 24 tick bar, okay? Every single time so that we push away. Now, what did that look like last night? This one I can reconstruct easily because I have all the data. Okay. So we have a couple critical areas here, right? So if we go back to Friday, 12 o'clock close, so this is pretty easy. If I was wanted to short, right? That's prior day's high, gap fill, Friday's low, etc., etc. Okay. Opening print from Asia. Okay. So let's say I want to trap back in. That is my goal. Okay. I'm going for the swing here. I'm not interested in anything else, right? So first of all, when I'm up here, I've got to attain the trap. The trap, clearly in this case, first thing it has to do is I have to close back in to Friday's high. mission accomplished. Step one. Step two, this is for the swing trade. This is not for anything else, right? I need to see my buyer step in and push up. Buyer one, buyer two. I'm going to make that bigger so everyone can see it. We've now accomplished step two in the process. I've got my buyer who's trying to push back in the direction of. Step three, I need a circle down. Okay, now, can you take, the question's already come up from someone else, can you take your other algos? Of course you can, right? The white bar down, the orange bar down, you know that they all have volume, that they have sellers in it, whether we're measuring it from a bid ask, everything on the ask, everything on the bid, or comparing it to the other relative volume around it, right? But that's the guy I want right there with a 24-point stop. That guy, right? I want to get my risk off. Obviously, by here I get my risk off, and I want to leave the trailer. Now, that worked in reverse, and it's a very cute example because it worked perfectly, but that's what I want. I want 24 points worth of risk. That gave me a, if I did it magically perfectly, right? I entered it 25, 434. And if everything went perfect, let's see where we are at. The best I could have done if I'm somehow magical Simon and covered it, 25, 193. Okay. So that is a big rip, right? 434 to 193 is $4,000 a contract, right? It's $2,000 on 5 micros and then about 1,000 on 3 micros. Okay. And that's what I want to do with that. If I'm trading options, that's what I want to do with that. Now, the only thing that sucks about this on options, right, is you're probably going to have to wait for the contra to get the ODTEs out of the money so your premiums come in for those who are doing it, right? That trade works over and over, and that's an inverse, that's a short of Adam's long trade setup off a trap off the low. We just did the trap off the high, right? And it works off of IB low, first hour low. It works off of Globex low. It works everywhere. And the best one is what? A 24-hour low that gets broken, traded below, collects the sellers, gets back above, and wait for the pushback. But that pattern, no matter where I go, and I got 5 minutes to go, so I'm going to come back. I'm not trading the first 15 minutes and probably not the first half hour. I'll let them do whatever they want to do so they can settle it. Okay, so that concept, if I go back to the left, works over and over. So I'm going to show you. I lost my, because I don't have enough days loaded, chart settings. By the way, it works beautifully off a 32 tick, the circle algo, and the 40 tick as well. Let's see if I can finish this before the open. Okay, we will pick off here. This is Wednesday. Okay. So let's just get it set up. Let's see, 840. Let's just see where we're at. 930. 930. Okay, perfect. IB low doesn't get taken. IB high does get taken. So let's say I'm working the long after we break IB high, and I want the long up here, even though it really didn't go anywhere, right? But I'll give you the example, right? We have broken IB high, first hour high. There is my seller. See that guy right there? Now, this is my long. Now, in this case, it didn't rip, right? It just didn't, okay? But it's I would have been able to get my risk off, and then I would have gotten stopped, right? Now I'm going to go the other way. Hmm, 730, 830, that's Globex high, Globex low. Man, there's nothing to trap off of here. There just is nothing to trap off of. We would have had to use the points of control, so that's fine. Let's not do that. Let's go to another day and see if I can find an easy trap. 843, this should be relatively easy. Let's see, here, we'll do the trap here. Globex low is going to be about right here. So that's Globex lows, right? At least London low is right down there. We'll just, that was also Asia low, London low. So that's Globex low. Okay, perfect. So I lose Globex low. I want to trap above, right? So now I've gotten above, right? So see, the first step is I need my seller. There's my seller right here, right? I don't get the algo up, no trade. Okay, just keep going through it. Okay, there's my seller. See that guy right there? That's my seller. So this is going to suck because it's going to stop, right? But this is my clear close above. Well, it just doesn't go anywhere, right? Remember, not equal, not equal, not within the plane, above. That's my guy, right? Comes back. Now watch. Same point, right? I'm going to draw a line above that point. Dun, 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 dun. It's this guy right here. Okay. Entry one, probably small scale and stop. Entry two, right there. Bye bye. Have a nice day. That is what this is hunting. Okay? That is what this is hunting. One trade, you probably took a small loss realistically. Like maybe you got a scale and you took a small loss on the 24-point stop, right? Now, when you add back in the pieces to this, right? I'm going to show you where it's going to get confusing. There's the moving averages. And so anyone in the room is going to go, hey, dude, I'm long right there. And I've got zero problem with that, right? You've gotten over the 100, you've gotten over the 200, buyers are clearly in control, right? I'm simply looking for the breakout way on top. And I'm going to tell you, for those who've been in the room for a long time, and there's a lot of y'all, right? You're going to want to puke taking that long at the top and taking that original stop. You're going to go, why did I do that? Because until we had these algos, this was very hard to figure out. But that right there is going to change the financial dynamic. Now, we just opened, but I want to go to one more piece. Okay. I don't think I have a single person in the room losing money right now. I don't think I do. I may, but I don't think I do. Okay. Not a single person is following the basic process, which is algo on the turn, get at least 2 bars down, over the 100, below the 200. So on this stuff right here, right, there's not a race. Okay. This stuff, we just haven't been able to figure out the algos with the pattern, right? We've got it figured out, and you've got all the time in the world to digest it, integrate it into your brain, and use it. And we will clearly have an algo, right? An auto trader assist that goes, okay, trap, turn it on, and then what it'll do is bar down. It'll take the circles up above it, right? Like it'll zone it out. It's a little tricky to write, but we should be able to work it out. And it'll take the long, or we'll have a manual just click on and off, take the next bar with a circle on it long. Okay, so that's my 2 cents. I don't have anything else to add beyond that, right? It's going to be super powerful. Next year is going to be freaking awesome. You don't you don't have to kill it. Just do your 300 to 1,000 to, or if you're, some guys are bigger, do, 4,000, 5,000, whatever it is, it's yours, right? But all you need is $300 a day average over a period of time, right? And you can either get your funding accounts to pay you or your own cash account to pay you. But don't go off process. The next thing, there's one person in this room that's having a guessing issue besides me. Okay, so the problem with having a bunch of knowledge about trading is you guess. You see that bar because the algos show up before it prints, and I go, that bar is going to form. I take it, get stopped, I have to dig out the loss, and I get frustrated, and I'm moving forward, and then I go faster, and I just do more work than I have to get the same money, right? Last piece, and y'all should notice this. I'm on a new medication. I've been worried that is working beautifully, Vyvanse, a lot better than my Adderall, and I'm hoping it'll help my ADD significantly, and I will be clear. So if hopefully the Everyone loses their cool in trading, but hopefully I don't lose my cool. Secondly, when you're looking at the screen, right, remember all the levels are going to be over here, and all the signals that I'm taking are going to be off of here because I'm trying to keep the chart clean and it's easier to see. If you will take a minute and look on the 32 tick chart, right? This is the last piece, and then we'll just go to trading, right? These signals on the 32 and the 40 are freaking awesome, okay? It's something I did not expect, but let me show you what I mean. And I'm not going to do Friday because it's a half day, low volume, blah, blah, blah. Here, we'll just take this Wednesday, okay? Just think of it from a scalping perspective at first. Look at the signals, right? On the turn, double circle on that bar. This is the second bar, the lift bar, right? Double circle, lift. Those are big trades. I don't know if that was tradable. It's 901, right? Orange bar down, orange circle down. Sorry, orange circle down, stopped, right? Orange circle down, paid. I think the same 24 tick stop will do you on the 32 tick, right? This is a stop if you took it on the turn. If you took this on continuation, you got a little bit, then it stopped you clearly over the 100. Long, we all know that shorting once it starts ripping is very difficult. You want to get, by the way, for the shorting off the top, what you want is this. You want the push up, and then you want to find the algo underneath that push up with a circle. In this case, it didn't produce another circle underneath, but it's that guy right there for the drop. But if you go through this and you just stick to your basics on the turn, the circle on the turn is freaking awesome. Like much better than I expected it to be. Like it gets you to, from my perspective, to a scalping profitability, especially on the turn bar, on the 32 tick. Like it doesn't seem to be limited by range. It just seems to work, except for the worst of the worst days. Like we had some September days, the whole range was 40 points, so that wasn't going to work. But most days, if I even go back 25 days, like on the turn, I will be executing off that 32 tick. There's no question I'll keep my eye on the 32 tick because it's money and I'll be grabbing it. So let me show you back. So we'll just pick randomly. That's end of day. We're not going to pick that randomly. Here. So I'm trend down, right? So obviously I'm below the 100 and below the 200, right? So, but look on the turns, right? Blue dot up, orange dot up. Yes, Tasia, that's exactly what I'm running. I'm running on the 24 tick, unless volatility just goes off the chain, but I don't think it will. Okay. Orange dot down, orange dot down. I'm looking on turn bars. Orange dot down, blue dot up, orange down, orange up. Not anything but the turn bar, right? Stop if you took the long, short. Stop if you took the short, long. By the way, on the zippers, right, where you're getting tweezers bottom, if that last bar has an orange up on the or blue up on the turn, it rips. It's really good, long and short. Okay. Short, you had to skate out of that. It really didn't. It didn't work. It did not work. That one paid you. Remember, those are 32 tick bars. Paid, 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 paid. Stopped, stopped, paid. Scratch at best. Paid, paid, paid. Just talking about scalping, right? Paid, scalped or stopped, one of the two. And I mean, it's the end of the day, nothing printed. Okay. So I will be watching that very, 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 very closely. And you can see this morning right before the open, blue dot up, blue dot down. I would never trade that, but that's what it is. And now we'll go. And now you can see how we're pushing into the points of control right up here. This should get rejected, right? First time in between 321 to 31. Should and will are two different words, right? Should and will are two different words, right? So I know where this bar will close, 25,298, right? And it will be, that's 32 ticks. Let's flip. So what am I looking for? Well, I know I already have a blue dot there. It's already telling me. So I have 25,304 would be my entry, right? And then it is a 24 tick stop. So make sure you can live with a 24 tick. That means that if that bar prints at 30475, right? If that bar prints at 30475, it's 24. It's basically it's a 30 stop. Okay. So we can watch and see how it goes. There's bar one, bar two. You can see it just flushed right away, right? And they rejected right where they should have rejected from, right? So look at your P&L. If you put just one contract on there, right? Most of us are trading more than that. Blue dot. 04, your risk is 24, and so far you've pulled out 78, which means you've already got your 1-to-1 off on the trade. It's going to go fast when it has that blue dot a lot of times, so you have to limit your trade in, right? So you have to put a sell stop to get it to execute the trade, okay? Hey, Joshua, are you Sierra chart data or only Rhythmic? And which server are you hooked up to? Are you in, is there a server in Holland or is it connected in London or Germany? Joshua, can you hear me? Sorry for the typing. I don't know. Typing sucks. Under the 100 and under the 200, right? And again, I'm nowhere close to. So why do I have these lines here? Now I've forgotten. Prior day low. I drew on this chart, didn't I? So, I know what I got. So we came into prior day's low from. Why is there a red mark there? Thursday. Oh, Friday's half day. Okay. Thursday's low. Here, let me write it out. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, and then right click, copy and then. Okay, Thursday low, Friday low. So you have reference as to where we are. Globex low, you can mark that off with a yellow line. Rhythmic sucks, brother. I don't know, even know. I would spend the money on the Sierra chart data, Joshua. That's what I would do. Rhythmic has sucked. There's no question about it. The fills have been good, but the data's been sucky. below the 100, below the 200, and we're nowhere near support or resistance, right? And that made perfect sense. You came right in the first hour. I mean, London and Asia point of control, and they dropped right off from it. Is that Friday low? Why do I feel like that's wrong? Thursday low. Sorry, I put this in the wrong place. I apologize. It's Friday low. Why in the world do I have a green line right there? Let's erase it and see what's there. Sorry, I just drew it for no reason. I don't know why. And then this is the prior high. If you just want to mark them off in blue. That's Thursday's high right there. Obviously, I would set up a potential head and shoulders. And then there's another one right up here. Friday's high. If you need targets up. Sierra chart. Denali data. So if you go to, if you look under this, I'll show you later. Can you hit me at like 11 my time, Joshua? Would that work? I'll help you fix it, but not now. Like New York lunch, if you'll hit me or message me. You do. Okay, so do you have an M in your upper corner right here? Do you have an M right there on your charts? By the way, I did not look if there's any econ today. I guess I will really quick. S&P manufacturing at 8:45. That's right now. ISM at 9 o'clock. Again, the inflation number. People are going to respond to that. And 6-month auction. I see no Fed speakers. What I basically understand about the roll down, because people are just so freaking weird with the way this way this market works right now. What I basically see with the roll down is, sorry, apparently the illiquidity in Bitcoin got clocked last night, and for some reason people assume that if Bitcoin goes down, stocks have to go down. That's the weirdest thing going in my book, but whatever. It's all good. Coming off the 200, so see, I already know I'm going to have a blue dot there. So if I want to enter that trade, so look, I'm above the 100 and 200. Which trade plan are you on? Because I definitely don't have a trap here. I'm not trapping on anything, right? So I'm above the 100 and 200, and I'm not just trading every bar randomly, right? So we'll just see how I'll just see how it goes, right? I know that I'm pushing right into that data point, right? And my seller was, so if I was just playing the relationship, I would point out, I would draw it just like this. I'd go seller, buyer, and you can see you got the push right behind it, right? So now, let's say I thought we were going to go lower or tank, right? Now I would go, buyer, and I want my circle to come in underneath if I thought it was going to fall away. But I don't think we're going to fall away. Like December's usually, well, never mind. That's all macro stuff and it doesn't matter. I'm just going to trade the traps and I'm going to trade the moving averages as they set up and the bars on the turn, right? But you can see here clearly if I take in This bar, right, at 91, it's already gone to 11. That's $400 a contract, one contract. I'm good, right? I know I will. The important thing is do not freak out on the stops. You do, okay, but if you'll switch over, yes, they are. The yellow dots would be considered weak now compared to the blue. 100%, Brian. It's not completely new. It's an evolution. It's evolution of the combination of the dot and the stars. 100% correct. Um, Joshua, you have to if you go over and connect to Sierra chart data, your rhythmic accounts should be there. Should be there. Your Apex account should be there, brother. But yeah, don't leave it just on rhythmic data. They suck. Try that. See if it goes. See if you switch over to Sierra chart data and see if your data is still there. Again, clearly we're going to have to get above the 25,321. The point of control right now for ES for the first hour is sitting just below 25,287, right? So somewhere between here and here, they're going to create a zone, right? And in order to break out, we have the 25,330. So what we have here, oh, there it is. Here. Friday low. Thursday low. Okay. So clearly, if I were bearish, long consolidation over here to the left, see all those points of control sitting there. In order to go lower and retest this area down here, I've got to get below 25,287 and a quarter. In order to go higher, I got to get above 25,331. Pretty easy analysis. So what I want to see, pop above, give me my algo back, right? I want to see my seller come in and then my buyer up for the push out for, and my targets up become 25,376 and 25,498. Or I just say stay a little scalping monkey and stay happy, right? But what I don't do is guess. I will not guess what the bar is going to be. I don't need to. And by the way, this pink is the 14 period sidewinder. Okay. Brian, did it make sense? If the best way to do it, and if you feel disoriented, because I'll have this on ES in a day or two as well. Right, there's ES, so just so you can see what it's doing. Okay. Brian, the easiest way to do what I would start off doing so it melts in your brain, you've got it. So first of all, on the turn is on the turn, easy enough, right? But the next part is draw it out slowly and do a bunch of days, right? Do it like this. I'll go up, blue dot down underneath, right? Because you like it can come quite far away, right? I'll go down, I'll go up. So that's how you learn it, and you just start getting it melted into your brain so you understand, and then you'll be able to plug in the rest. Your knowledge of where we're traps and everything is pretty good, right? So you'll understand that concept. So for example, I'll go down. If I was looking for a breakout, it would be on that bar, right? I'll go down, I'll go up. Here's where I would get stopped. I'll go up, I'll go down, right? That was 3 in the morning, but whatever, it stopped. And then over here, I'll go down, I'll go up. And I prefer this, by the way, when it's a long way from the 100 and 200 or into a support area. I want another reason, a larger reason, why I think it's going to go down, right? So now I could argue this has been my rejection prior, right? I can see we've rejected out of that area, right? So there's my, out of this area, that's my tweezer. Remember I said if you get an orange dot down out of the tweezer, we're 8 minutes in front of econ. I would just chill. That's usually a good bar. The stop is 24 ticks. And you can see we're running into that 25,331 to 25,321, right? The entry on that bar, right? That is your, if you're going to play the resistance trade, right? Here's the entry is 11. So that brings up 31 plus 5. That's your stop on that trade. Like it or don't like it. If it's too big, either cut size or wait till it retraces, but you'll miss a lot of trades, right? And then in order to what I would have liked to have seen is I'm going to keep my eye on this guy right here. And I would like a algo down underneath that would tell me I'm going to get the acceleration. And then I'm going to have to mentally work out the conflict of that being between the 100 and the 200. And you'll notice I've turned off the Keltner channels. You're welcome to turn them back on. It just creates a lot of noise, and I want to get more clarity. So this trade, right, had you taken this bar down, stopped, right? And it makes sense given the time and right in front of the econ data. But sometimes that trade will work out. It's just everyone's on hold here, right? And what I want to see, again, I'm pretty clear here what I want. I either want it to fall away from here, right? And we go trend down, but if we get above 25,331, I already know, right? Because I can look at that hourly. I already know my target is at 25,376 and then 25,498 to 25,560. So I would not be surprised if we close positive today, frankly. And that's not me I'm not bullish or bearish. I'm just saying we went down because of Bitcoin, is what it appears to be the situation. So whatever. I'm looking for the seller to come in above here, and then my algo up for the upside break. Okay. And what this should make sense, Joshua, let me know if that helps. If you were able to collect Sierra chart and you should still have your Apex accounts showing up in your dome. And if you don't, we just need to get online and I can help you fix it. Not a big deal. Don't get flustered whatever you do because it leads to tilt trading, right? So here's the guy who's trying to push up above. See it? Seller, 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 buyer, right? So I would normally go, hey, that guy's trying to break out. You hold that. He's trying to hit the 25,376, right? Seller, seller, mercy, I give, right? And go. Make sense? So Ed or Randy or anyone else in the room, can you tell me, was it Brian, was that clear or was that confusing? Because I need to know where to clarify it. If you watch the video I made last night, you'll see that it was harder for me to explain than I thought it would be, which gives me concerns about getting the concept over or confusing anybody. And we're only down $1.24 now and only down 20. That's pretty much nothing on these in the NASDAQ. Like, pretty simple. It's really just a riff off of what we've all been doing already. The only thing I'm adding is the swing to it. The main idea is the same. Yes, sir. $25,376. They took the express train for that one. Cool. Again, if I'm ever confusing with my ADD talk, just tell me. So like this is the thing of beauty when you're looking at it and you're going to go sell, sell, buy, right? Those guys clearly trapped themselves, right? And they had to cover. Now we'll find out after this inflation number comes out, which I think is what's coming up, how the market reacts. But we've pretty much been Teflon, right? I mean, the reason we've gone down has been pretty weak. Michael Berry, like, I've been doing this a long time. Usually when markets go down, it's because companies pre-announce missed numbers. And that's that. The other thing is if this thing trends, the signals will not show. Okay, if we get low volume trend, low volume but wide range trend, the little blue dots and orange dots will not show up on the chart, which is fine. You're trading an edge. You're not trading the market. So see, now that we're over, what I'd like to see, right? What would seal the deal? This guy bought on the breakout. I'd like to see someone come in and press and then get a blue or orange dot above for the upside break. You got to be willing to take the stop bet. Like there's no way around that. Like, yes, please press. Great. Now, I'd like a blue dot above this guy. And where does that take you? 25,498, because there's not much in between. It doesn't have to, but that's the logical place to take it. Reverse it and erase the whole down day, right? And everything else pretty much doesn't matter, right? Just let it set. We'll also have IB high and IB low. And by the way, it's most likely the first hour point of control, I'm going to go ahead and set it, is running underneath 25,248. And that's your over underline. Now, we'll see if they shift it up later this morning, but that's my bull bear line for now. I will assume longs have the edge above. There. Longs have the edge above, shorts have the edge below in a general way. So now you have Asia's green, London's white, and US session, right? And those are your areas. And I want the dot above if I'm swinging it, and otherwise I want the thing on the turn. And obviously, I won't turn on the trader assist auto execute until after 9:03. And you can see the pace of trade has slowed dramatically. Oh, they responded. Again, I'll wait till 9:03. If I miss it, I miss it. It's I don't miss anything. They'll set up again, or they'll set up tomorrow. Somewhere I'll get set up again. Seller, strong seller. That was the RTH high from Thursday that they're banging against right there. And it's currently today's IB high. We have quite a wide IB. Bill, what's our IB points wise? Is it that it's this, right? 209 to 379, 179 points. Not as wide as some of them have been, but it's still reasonably wide. Again, these are strong sellers and they're not falling away from them, right? This is my buyer. Everyone's in an indecision mode, aren't they? So look, 1, 2, 3 sellers. Get a dot above it, that's those guys calling for mercy. Okay? And then you've got 3 sellers on the 32 as well, right? And the logical place to come back is to test is the 31 to 24, 31 to 21, and then the US point of control, unless they shifted it. I don't think they did. They did not. Not exactly falling apart, is it? Press down again. Logical place again is to come back and test that 31 to 21 and at the extreme 83. Under 83 is where we release for a bigger roll down. Last seller down. And we're starting to chop. There we go. I don't disagree with that or agree with it. That seems to make sense. And white bar on the turn above the 100, 200 gives the lift. I just know I need that little dot up to shoot away. Excuse me just 1 second. I gotta check something outside my house. There's a racket going on. They're ripping apart the street. That's what's going on. This is my last dot up, which means the dot underneath that is the potential fall away. Above the 100 and 200. Joyce, are you doing okay? I haven't seen you this morning. I don't know if you're in the room or not. Oh, orange up. That's the first orange up, but not above. This is my last seller right here. Not above should break me above that 3576. And then again, you start that trap over again. Down, press, up. Right? We ran so much last week, it's hard to get the fuel. Like, it really needs to come back, and it'd be nice if it came back and, I'm just talking hypothetically, buried a few sellers, right? So that we could get the rip to the upside. Again, I'd like you to watch when you're in areas where you have a concept of where the market's going to go, how many times those dotted bars follow through on you. That bar will be the first dot bar above. Again, it is a 24-point stop, right? That is the first orange up, right? That is the first orange up. I printed at 72, right? That means your stop is like 72, 52, 47, right? If you don't like it, do not trade it would be my suggestion. Obviously, right at the high, it's going to have to break out, right? That was your last strongest seller down, and this is the guy coming back going, I will cover, right? Maybe, yes. And now he's going to have to break the 25,376. And obviously, when you're doing these traps, right, it'd be nice if there's a lot of space between the next logical location, right? So that you don't run right into another resistance point. But the concept is still overall, right? People who shorted down low are just getting whack-a-mole. And we've clearly reached a point at which we would like to have a battle. That's what's going on here. Remember, your stop, if you had taken this 70, 50, 45, that's your stop. You're taking a shot at that, right? So some of those little stops make zero doubt about it. Size it correctly for your account size and for your trading posture, and you don't have to do it, right? It should make logical sense to you. The problem here is we have that 25,376 sitting right on top of us, right? So all of retail world is shorting 25,376.75. They're pretty prime candidates for getting smoked with a pop up up there. See if they can do it or they defend. And people who are over trading this are just getting killed. We still have IB high and IB low set, and it's a wide IB. Joyce, you're doing a great job, as we discussed this past weekend. Just stay focused on building those accounts. You're doing it 100% the right way. Do not be quick to adapt the swing process. You understand it? You know, the other way to do that swing process, put one micro on, see what happens. Like actually learn the emotions that you have behind it and the thought process you have behind it. See if you want to bail on the trade. See how many times it goes 100 or 200 and you exit it early. Like learn it by participating in it without letting it whack you, right? Wow. Can it get any narrower? There we go. Back to test, back to resistance. These guys are begging to get short squeezed out. Above. Mercy, please let me out. So if you entered at 70, you now have almost 90, 20 points up, right? You get most of your risk off. Leave a trailer, see if it runs. Remember, it's got to get underneath 76 in order to. Okay, trap back underneath. Now what do I want to see? Let's say I wanted to swing that for the short, right? I want to see him push back up, give me a dot up, right? And then a dot down below that to fall away and come back and retest lower levels. I'm going to slam right back into these 21s, 24s, 31s. So see how they shorted. Uncle, get me out. Now you're underneath this guy, right? So now you got the push up. Now you're looking for the dot down to take this guy back the other, take it the other direction. In other words, if you have a thesis besides the 100, 200, see how you can work that? So squeeze them out, reversal, white bar, blue dot, right? And now what are we looking for the fall away? What should happen here is if we get a dot down underneath this guy now, it should fall away. If you looked at an example of 100, about 70% of them, 70 out of 100 would fall away. The other, you're going to have to take the stop. First attempt against 76 failed, which makes sense. That's Thursday's high. And they all said everyone's a clown on Friday. This is going to be your first dot down, by the way, right there at that 40-50. And just mark it down on paper if you can't take it any other way, right? So there's the blue dot down. You're going for the swing. Right now you can redo the numbers on the math. Entry is 40, stop is 65, roughly there. That is for the swing, right? I would not cheat with a tight stop on that. It can wick back there pretty often, right? You just have to do the math so you can know, yes, I'm doing the trade, or no, I'm not doing the trade. Doesn't much matter. So that would have been a stop, right? No problem. Just keep doing the math on it over and over. Logical target here now that they've flat. It's come down to the 31 to 21, followed by the 83. Chop, chop, chop. You're just building a ton of volume here. They're either going to use that to cook it off to the upside, or they're going to trap those guys, get underneath them, and come back and retest the low. I got no idea which one it is. I just can't. I don't have a read. If you look at the profile, it's just, we're kind of at the top of balance. Look at that. We're just over that balance. It makes sense to trap back in. And then that would be the bottom of the balance there at 417. So just depends on, I really think we need to get, like, if I'm from that perspective, when you get back underneath that 25,287, we could auction off a lot below. But just look how random we're just balanced in here. Right, that's the top, 76.25. Watch out, chopification, guys. We're building energy for a move, but yeah. Into the 100. Let's see who wants to play Chop 'em all. You can see that 287 became pretty important. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over, backside test, under. That 25, 287 really opens the door for a bigger rotation down. And that would be accompanied by under the 100, under the 200, underneath the 25, 321, and then finally underneath the 25, 283, which you'll notice the first hour point of control is just underneath, right? Just underneath all the 25, 287, which lines up with the first hour point of control. It's all fractal. Oh, wait, they moved the first hour point of control. I lied. Sorry about that. Let's shift. Apologies. This goes up. There we go. Now we're underneath. Now all I gotta do is get underneath 25, 321, get underneath Thursday's low, and away we go to smoke everybody, and that's how it'll be. So we'll see. So now what I'd want to see, all right, I'm under the first hour. I want to get underneath the 25, 324, underneath 25, 321. And we're either just going to fall away underneath that 200, but what I'd rather see is a push up. I'm looking for my algos on the turn underneath the 200, underneath the 100. And I'm looking for my little dots up and then the first dot down below it and the second dot down below it to fall away. Now I want to be clear. Once I get underneath all these points of control like this and I get that dot up and that dot down, I will not be covering my position. I will take the full loss on that trade in exchange for a 100 to 200 point move or more to the downside, if that's what happens. By contrast, if I get above 225, 376, I'm going to look for my first seller to come back down, right? And then I'm going to look for my first dot up to break out and take me up to or towards 25,498. Either way is fine with me. I don't care, right? I just want to know which side of the coin I'm sitting on, right? And pretty much I want to stop trading inside of this noise because if you're not very, very careful, it's very easy to get chopped in this. And then we also have IB high and IB low that has not been set. IB high is above 25,392 now. So you're going to have another little level of resistance. And then we'll see if we hit the IB low or IB high to satisfy the day's stat, or if we just balance it between. Hey, Bill, the last week, the average range on the IB or the last 2 weeks is over 400 points, right? It's like 350 points. I think that's right. Hey, Joshua, were your accounts there when you switched to the Denali data? But just from your memory, weren't we ranging about 400? 300 to 400, right? And that's what I thought. So there's a good example of the first bar stopping. And if you took your last dot up, first one stopped, second one gave you the roll to the downside, right? Down below the 100, below the 200. 99, broke balance. Let's push back up. See if we get set up for a short. Now we're underneath all 3 points. Remember, when we trend down, in every circumstance, we are down below the first hour pointing control of Asia, London, and USA. And again, I'm not guessing. I am looking for those bars to form. Coming back for backside test of the 200. We're going to have the IB stat here starting in 5 minutes. And if you get confused, you're like, well, Simon, we got the IB stat coming up. We're underneath the 200. We're underneath, which one do I do? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Write down the conflict, and then we can create a process for resolving that conflict, and sometimes that conflict will be don't trade until it's conflict free sometimes, right? That's an acceptable resolution to a conflict. I'd love to see a dot up here and then get a dot below it. But it's already trapped back in. The fall away will come underneath 2150, I'm telling you. That's where it'll accelerate to the downside. And then it's going to test the 287. And then underneath 287 is bye-bye time. Blue dot down. At the 200, coming below the 100. 927. And we're going to chop on those points of control. Dang, can you believe that? Because I can. 930. Let's see what they do. to the 100, over the 200. Bouncy, bouncy. They're just grinding on all these. It's just retailer guys just crushing themselves. White bar down. You get an algo above all three of those, you're probably going to fly back to the 66. Back into the other one. Back up the other way because we just love to chop ourselves. Break the 21, break the 24, go test the 87. There you go. Wow. Orange dot down. They've got to get away. They got to get below that 21 to test the 87. Below the where was the fall away? Is the 287 is the danger place. You know that's begging for a test. Orange dot down, blue dot down, all of those so far. Look, paid, paid, white bar on the turn, so far paid over the 200, but right. This is now, that's a very strong, say it's blue with the, it's a double circle on that. You get above that and a circle above, they'll squeeze them back the other way, but they're just chopping. Nobody knows what they want to do. They've already had the initial squeeze in the morning. My current P&L count, just scalping through it, is 1123 per contract. Including my stops. Excuse me just a second, guys. Which IB stat will we test? Wow. What a noise-a-rama. I would normally say that blue circle underneath the 200 would do it into 87. Just like that. Is anyone taking any of those scalps, guys? Anyone in the room taking with the blue dots? Anyone working them on the turn even? Joyce, are you? Like this should be so in your wheelhouse, Joyce. You should just be plugging in on that. See ya. Bye bye. Now underneath the 87, you need to push up in the dot below. Randy, are you taking them? Like that should be totally in your wheelhouse, brother. Underneath that 200. Actually, all of y'all. Ed, Dan, you should be all over that. I don't know if you're in the room this morning. I know Vinny is overnight. And it's so much better than trying to look at the support resistance levels and try to catch it on the save and get in your rear kicked. Bill, have you taken any of them? Guys, someone tell me someone's making money this morning besides me. Was there any reason why someone didn't take them? Was anything confusing? You are short. Okay, I agree 100%. Great, Jason. Jason, is this making sense? It's clicking for you. I'll go through it in detail in our coaching session, but it's clicking for you, right? Good job on the trader assist. Okay. So you would expect an attempted hold on the 287. Okay, you would expect him to hold that line the first time. Oops, what did I do on my chart? There we go. Attempt to save, back to the 25,321. It all makes sense. This guy jammed underneath, trying to break the 87. Sucker punched. And this is fine, right? Plenty of time to get your risk off on that. And if it stopped and it didn't go 100 million bajillion points, it's all right. Just load it up next time, see what it gets. It's just odds that we get it sooner or later. Actually, we have high odds of getting it sooner or later. White bar down with the blue dot below the 200. Again, your stop on that is roughly, let's see, it's 316, 36, 41. And I am short, by the way. Scale. I got most of my risk off there. I'll be a little negative if it stops me still. So I was a 16, right? I got 15 points off of that, and I have a 26-point stop, and I got half off, right? So you can do the math and see what I'm left with. Cool, Randy. You should have gotten your scales off on that already, right? Some of them. Not the 15. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Just keep running it. 15 is. Oh, got it. Okay, so on 10, I'm running 10, 15, 25, 10, 15, 30, 40. I forget what I'm running on there. Right. Got it. Okay. I haven't looked at my trader assist today, so that's fine. That would suck, but that's okay. It's getting pretty sloppy. I'm about to get stopped. I did on balance. And now, so in order for this to fall away, yeah, full stop. I hear you, Randy. Randy, did you get this one over here on the turn? You should have had that short, right? It's starting to chop us. You should have had that short right there, correct? Did Jason, you had this one short, right? On the turn? Or no? Am I wrong? I have to go look at the trader assist. Yeah, two shorts. Okay, Randy, I need to look at your trader assist and see why I didn't fill. I'll go look. But no problem. I wonder if someone just spoke. I had nothing. That was just whatever that was. It didn't come across the wires. Any wires I have. So the trader assist where it's going to be weak is when we start doing this, right? We start whipping back and forth. There's not a lot we can do about it one way or the other. And it's all right. Da-da. Man, I can't believe the chop they're going through today. It's extremely choppy, guys. Like I'm pretty surprised actually by how choppy it is. So IB high and low is, and it's that whole bar. That's crazy. It's today's entire range. It's 25 209 to 25 389. So just remember this whole thing is that hourly bar can get easily swept. So just stay flexible. White bar down, blue dot coming out of that tweezers. That's usually a profitable trade. Just FYI, I've gone through a bunch of them. You should too, at least for a scalp. But man, the chop is, maybe it's my perception. It's pretty significant. Blue dot down under orange dot, I would expect that to fall away. Normally, if I was coaching somebody, I'd go that blue dot with a 20 blah 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 blah. I would not, you know, 24-point stop below the 200 and through the 200. I may be wrong today, but it may stop today, but I would normally go that should fall away. Maybe today's different because we're just chopping around, but I would normally say that should fall away. I know we're the problem is we're right on these points of control here, and that's why everything's like they're just in love with that point of control. Wow. So, okay, let me give some accurate coaching advice here. If you start chopping and you're getting stopped out, right, there's an easy solution for this. Wait till we're above IB high or below IB high to start trading again. So I'm going to keep trading through this or scalping through it at least, right? But that's the solution to the problem, okay? That's the solution to the problem, just FYI. So that's what I'm going to do in terms of trading. I did think we would break down below the 287, but obviously that 287 has become pretty important. So what do I want below 287? I can pre-plan my trade, right? Again, I'll be below the 100 and 200. I want a little yellow, I want a dot up, and then I want the next dot down to fall away. Okay. And I'm hating this price action. I did not expect that we would just whip back and forth on the same exact area all day today. Yep. It's really choppy. The Tasia, really choppy. I'm surprised by how choppy it is. I would have thought they either swept up and took care of the down and just smoked all the shorts, or we went into trend day down and we've decided to opt for nothing. They have overtraded this area, meaning not us, them. They just don't know which way they want to take it. We're on the point of control. We're right there. We are on the point of control for the day. Not exciting. Man, that's nuts. This is in the same area. We got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 bars back to back to back. Just take a deep breath, relax, we'll be fine. Back above that. If you get above the 66, I'm looking for a press down against that, then a dot up for the push up. They're just grinding away. Above, I'm looking for the dot down, then the dot up. We're above that 66. Now we're above all three. I'm looking for push down and push back up. And they took forever to resolve that, didn't they? Now, let's see if I'm right or if I am Mr. Wrong today. So obviously above the 100 and 200 the turn bar. I'd rather my push down come down here, but you don't always get what you want. And the natural target now is 498. And on the, I will be trading my attempt to get the swing on this, just FYI, but it's got to come clear and above these bars. And this is going to be uncomfortable for me because I don't like taking them near the high, so I'm reducing size until I get, even though I totally know this works in terms of over statistically over time, it's very, very hard for me to take it up here like this. Very. Wow, this is a pretty weird Monday, isn't it? I'm on that bar. Small, 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 small. Again, like I said, I'm not a fan of that, of this entry. That entry is effectively 19 minus 24, so that's 25. It's basically 95 stop. And yes, I hate the stop too, just FYI, but that is the stop. And the reason I'm taking it is I got orange bar down, orange bar on top. I'll take the next two dots up from that. And the goal is to push that trade, which is why the size is small. And it is going to take some practice for me to take this on a regular basis and have it down mentally. Otherwise, I would leave this alone completely because we're just grinding here. But I'll follow the process. We'll see what we get. So again, here's the entry and stop, so you can just follow it. And again, this should be done on small size, or you should be mentally practicing it if you're a member of the room. So 18 brings up 98, brings up 93, excuse me. 90, 18, 94. And what you should do when you take that trade, right? So that trade's way against what I would normally take under almost every circumstance on every other process we have, right? Let it pull back, get the algo on the turn, etc., right? So if you paper trade it, whatever your initial response, man, there's no way I'm taking that trade. That trade's crazy. I can't believe it worked. Just write down what your feelings are, because that's exactly what I'm doing to work through the discomfort part of this trade, right? To work through the discomfort part of this trade is exactly what I am doing. Because I can just tell you right now, I personally, even though I know that statistically works, I hate this trade, right? I hate taking it all the way up here. It goes against everything I have to say about a good trade. But everything I've looked at says that trade works, right? Take it 2 times, right? And you cut size on it and you're pushing for extensions on this. Like, we're really pushing for all the way through the range, right? So that's the way it's set up the first time, and yeah, I'm not crazy about it. So, but I'm in. NQ's only down 70. Like I said, it would not surprise me to see this thing flip positive today. Wow, this is interesting. Here comes stop one apparently. Not yet. Stopped. Okay, that's a good lesson from trade one on the swing, and I'll keep working up to. I got one more little shot at it, and I'll still take the dot on the turn. That's all right. I'll learn from it. Retesting the 25-3-7-6-75 and the first hour point of control. Right onto the point of control. I'm going to guess that they're going to reverse it. So it looks like it's going to be a green bar up on the turn. And I am hating the liquidity on this thing. Not the liquidity, but the way they're trading it, I guess, is a better way to put it. And I did take the stop on that, by the way. It was tiny, but I took it. Up the 100. Back to the 65. Green with no dots. Oh, and I forgot to mention the 32 tick. Normally those dots are fantastic. That tells you a lot about how we're trading today. If you'll go back and look, it usually looks like this. These are exceptions to the rules, but usually it looks like this and this. There's another stop in that series. This, So it's been a little bit tricky today, or it's getting tricky, I guess I should say. Orange dot down. Up above that orange dot down. Or we just go right back into the same balance zone. Wow. And they shifted that point of control all the way to the high on the second hour and fell away from it. I was part of that celebration. Come on, guys, make up your mind. Below the 25,366, first hour point of control. You really needed it to break out above. Like you can see they squeezed them there, but you don't want that to fire underneath that 366. You want it to fire above. One, two, three green bars, but no dot up yet. They haven't come in with a volume. Up against the 66 again. And the 76. And we're just chop zone. So see how the bars are taking a long time to form now, guys? Like a long time, right? So you need to put that into your calculation of how do you want to trade that. I've been thinking a lot about this. Like, how do we want to trade when it gets like this? And it's kind of a tough answer because we know we need the speed to make the trade work. Here comes the blue dot down to try to push right against the 100 and the 200. Orange dot down actually got extension. How do you, the question is, how do we want to trade against it? And it's like the speed thing's a hard question to answer. I'm sure Bill can answer because he measures it by the minute, but I'm just thinking about it. I'm not sure. I like the push down here, but I'd like to get out of this area completely. 1, 2, 3. Back up against the 200. I mean, even when I look at it, I'm totally all right with this stop, right? If that stop went for 100 points all the way to the other side of the range, I'd be totally good with it. And so that's all right for me. That part's not bothering me. This part is bothering me. We're back below the 200 and the 100. I'm looking for my algos on the turn down, and we're still in that same chop area. So if you can't take stops because we're in the same chop location, I totally understand. I would suggest you wait till we clear out of this whole thing, either up or down, one of the two, because it can get very frustrating. And we already know they're whipping back and forth. You can look at the evidence, right? Chop, 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 chop. You're going to have to make a decision as to whether you want to trade here. But this is a good time to coach. Watch. Watch. You know they're chopping through here, right? How are you going to resolve what you want to do in this area? And if you can't figure it out, stop and start thinking about it, right? How do I resolve this? Yes, I'm below the 100 and 200. I'm right on prior day's high low, right inside the overnight points of control, underneath the first hour US session point of control from the first hour. How do I want to handle that, right? For me, my easy answer would be I'd like to see us get below 287 and give an algo down from there. That would be the easy answer for me, right? Because I already know they're chopping over here. Some guy already tried to push and failed. I'd like to see something underneath that 287 push lower, or something to give me a turn above 376 and push higher. And in between here, it's very hard. Is that making sense to anybody? Interesting. Okay. Good job, Brandy. Nice job, Joyce. Thanks for the picture. Brian, the reason I didn't take it, I don't know why I didn't take it actually. Third channel, fourth channel. Has to be a third channel issue. I'll look. So see, normally, if we weren't sitting right into this, I would have taken that orange dot down under most circumstances. But see this? That's why I didn't, right? Because I already know they chopped here. It's exactly why I went to that whole thing. I hope that made some sense when I explained that. Back to the 366. Man, they're just whipping people around today. White bar down at the 100, but over the 200, off the 66. I'm just going to wait till we get out of this area and we start flowing one way or the other because I can't tell now. Can anyone else tell? Is it just me, or does anyone else have a read in here where you're like lower, higher, anything? Because I don't. Point of control, point of control, point of control, and we're just ping ponging between the two here. Back to the first hour point of control. I will not take this long either. It's going to slam, it's going to print that algo right into that point of control. Oh, thank you. Watch it work, but I don't care. Second time above. I need the whole process to start over again. Get above, push down, give me the algo up above. Same target. It's up here. Not a fun morning to trade after 9:30. It's gotten pretty chop chop. We have taken out IB high. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. That's right there. So you actually have to get above IB high now too. They're just beating the daylights out of people who. It really doesn't matter how you trade. They're beating the daylights out of people. You can't get an extension unless you were in early, early. And the same thesis goes through, even though I didn't take it. First dot up against last dot down. Guys, I've totally paused for the moment, and I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna wait till it clears out of this area. Like it's clearly Chop City. I can just wait till it's done. I don't want to get beaten up. I've had a good morning. I've taken a stop here and there, but I'm positive overall, and I just want to make sure that I want to get out of this area. I want to clear all these levels, get out of here, find the guy who pushes back. I still want to get above the 88.75, right? I still want to get above the 88.75, or I want to get below the 287, and I know that's 100 points of range, but look what they're doing to traders in between there with the head fakes.